All right, back at it. We're at spawn. Okay, so hold on. Let's think for a second. Okay. So here's what we got. This is about the center, right? Kind of like spawn right here, right? Black Forest. Right? So this is Spawn Island. Here is Spawn. Kind of big, but whatever. Then we have our other freaking island, right? And this thing, big thing like that, and then it went like this, right? Got all sorts of stuff. We have Black Forest all throughout here, mountain here, mountain here, and then a big freaking mountain here. Big swamp, crab swamp, crab swamp, crab swamp. I think this was like okay, but I was like getting lost. You got plains mix, right? Got our other island. Like, oh, this is probably not even whatever. It's about here, right? This one does something like this, right? Has like a lake here in the middle, kind of. This is all swamp, though. Mountain. Mountain. Teeny mountain. Big freaking mountain right here. Plains. Here. Crap plains. More plains around here and here and here. Right? And we had bone mass here with plains mixed into it. Now we already ran out of room, right? Frack. Where's my zoom? Okay, so this is where we're at right now, right? And then we went to the motor place. We knew there was out here. Wait, no. All right, we got Black Forest here. We have mountains. Mountain here. Here. We don't know what's south of here. Big question mark. Question mark healthy. But this seemed huge actually. Right? We know this is good. We know this is big. That's the thing. We know this is a big area. But here's the problem. There's probably nothing really here. And we don't want to end at the bottom of the world because what's going to happen is the way Ashlands is going to produce is Ashlands will do like big one here, big one here, tiny, and then another tiny one over there. Now look how far away we are. Now there's like a big thing here, right? We saw that because this is when we came over, we sailed like this. We find the plains right here. We find the plains right here. We do. If not, we'll turn around and go south. Hope for some stuff right here. Some blue Mistlands. Right? There is plains, cool, but I think when we leave, try to do something like this. We want to be on a center one. We don't want to be on an edge island when we head south. So, but Drakkar gives us a lot of space, which is kind of nice. But there's more here. We got a headwind again, of course. This isn't set right. Is that right? Just the game of headwinds. This is what this entire playthrough's been. The game of headwinds. Probably didn't even need bone mass to be real. Although allowing it allows us just to kind of YOLO in a bit more. Kind of go ham. Hi, friend. Okay, we're heading. Does not look like we're going to be heading to pick up. We're not going to be heading to pick up anything, looks like. Wind's in the wrong direction. Unless it makes a drastic change along the way. It's always foggy. It's always foggy. Whenever we get, like, except let's either, if we get a good wind, we get it for like a short little bit, and it's super crazy stormy, or we get this just dead wind. Super crosswind. That's shifting again. A freaking headwind, man. Come on, game. Ugh. We're northeast at the moment. As long as I keep this in view, I'm happy. Feels like the wind change is more immersive compared to like other things, I swear. I could be wrong, but feels like it. This dead wind. We're so slow right now. I think the Drakkar like paddles as fast as this. Ugh. This is a good direction, I think. It's a little tiny island. I never even saw that earlier. It's funny. Not very big. Can you go more south, maybe? Okay, good. We're good. We're good. I just didn't see it for a long time. Oof. So, big word we have coming up is the mists itself, right? Is the mists. Okay? The scary part of that is, well, there's freaking fog everywhere. And if my little thing gets messed up, no bueno. That would be no bueno. So we gotta protect this with our life at the moment. We also don't have a spawn at the moment, by the way. So if anything happens to us, we spawn on the spawn island. We drove past that before. Man, this place went out really far. I never realized it. Because when we initially landed, we landed on the other side by Elder over there, right? Then we just hopped over. This portion of the swamp really goes out. So my paint picture isn't very good. How far this goes out. Almost home. For one last time. Really? Oh no. Frickin' ooze, man. Actually made it in. That's hilarious. Let's just re-8 real fast. That actually poisoned me. Because it hit the other dude. That's freaking crazy. Just remember that. Because another dude got hit. I just got the D from it. I don't want these things getting freaking destroyed, dude. Okay. Where was that? That's way over there. Just make sure nothing in my thing. Great time to make landfall, to be honest. Okay, so I was just thinking about this. Just thinking about this, right? I don't need to bring all those freaking cloudberries. Because we want planes. Like, not want, we need to have planes still. And since we need to have planes still... Since we need to have that still... Um, don't need all those cloud base because we'll have some. We'll have a little farm of it, right? Not farm, but I just switched my thing, didn't I? Because I'm a dumbass. Yeah. That's good enough. I got poisoned. Lovely. They're on top of each other. That's so annoying, dude. Okay, well, we got ooze for ooze bombs, I guess. This is fine for now. Need those for later. Yep. Got doubles and double here. The funny thing is, we seem to have that nice calm sea, that beautiful, beautiful calm sea with that tailwind for that whole entire time. See, we just had that, right? Now, when we go to leave, it's going to be the worst seas you could possibly get. Like, I'm talking the worst. Like, the ship is going to be horizontal in multitude of different directions consistently. Because why wouldn't it be, right? All the carts are going to fall off. Alright, if I was planning to go to Mistlands like this, how much would we have had? I'm interested here. Ugh, that was a whole lot. Second. All right, sorry about that. Where would we be? Wolf jerkies. I don't have the thing for that. Stocking up on food, baby. Stock up on the food. Hmm. Oops. Okay. Got a lot of cards. Got a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Oh, I didn't go get wisps. Whatever. We got time. Okay. Here we go. This might not be viable, to be honest. I might need to split this up. 4,000 weight into a single cart might not work, actually. I mean, it's downhill the rest of the way, but... Okay. That's not gonna work. little heavy. How heavy is this one? 984. Ugh. I'm gonna do switchbacks. Have you guys ever been hiking mountains before? Where there used to be gold mines or any kind of mines, old ones, like we're talking old days. 1800 days mines. And you see up the side of the mountain, there's no easy thing path. They switch back. Switch back to separate the forest over a longer area. I gotta do 2 of these stupid things. The rest are all pretty manageable in weight. I probably should have separated a little bit more, but the only way this goes dramatically, the only way it actually works, what everyone's gonna be hoping for, we are, what was it? What was I gonna say? If it fails miserably and there's just carts all over the ocean, that's the way it works. Okay. Oops, sorry. Okay. Sun's pretty low. Let's sleep it. Oops. Okay, here we go. We got a headwind. We got a headwind, and we gotta pray for calm seas. Semi-calm seas would be nice. We have the heaviest shit in the hold, which is fine. What is this idiot doing way out of the swamp? Look at him. I think he was following me. There's all the food stuff. Whoa! Okay, not calm seas. Look at that. Look at the current ocean. Like, Ocean's fucked at the moment. I'd like to get this flipped around, please. Game, please and thank you. I don't even know if it's gonna be possible to get it flipped. Look how far away we've been pushed. Ugh, fucking leeches, man. Come here. Come here. Come here, you friggin' idiots. Pushing my boat away. Here's another one. Gonna push my boat away. Maybe this will be a little less egregious if I do this. See, look at, and then the frickin' sea changes. so annoying, dude. The cart just has this mind of its own half the time. I swear to Christ. Okay, we're on the center. Exactly, right? Whoa, stop moving. Okay, full hope and pray mode. What we're in. Hope and pray. Oh no. Okay. Nope. Great, we're going into a rainstorm, aren't we? Oh. Okay. This is butthole puckering now. The metal's the hard stuff, right? The metal is some of the hard stuff, that's fine. Metal's all safe. There's the bone mass stuff. Oh, we almost hit that. Yeah. Westward bound again. Ooh. There's the mountain where Motor's at, right? There's Mistlands. Kind of want to get a good bearing. Okay. Up there, right? Is where... Okay, yeah. Alright, I know where we're at. So the cove that goes in is right there. We want to head south. Because north we saw swamp, black forest, Mistlands, right? Maybe just mostly Mistlands, but it was like swamp, black forest, mountain, Mistlands here, Mistlands huge here. This is what we want. We want this really large Mistlands. We need so much stuff. Insane the amount of stuff we need. We didn't make a wisp. Oh, we don't care. We're trying to find planes. Okay, more mists. That's mists right there too, looks like. And this is not super thin, which is really, really nice. I mean, it's a blessing and a curse, right? It's all mists. Wait, is that plains? Wait a second. These plains or meadows? It needs to be plains. Please be plains, not meadows. I don't see trees. This is meadows, isn't it? Fuck. We can sleep here though, at least. No, this is plains. Okay, we'll take this. And there's more stuff south of it too. Okay, all right, all right, all right. Well, this works. This really works, actually. Pretty flat too. Holy shit. Oh, so thank God this wasn't Meadows. Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of bad boys around here. This is actually really big. Ah. Hi, Odin. That's kind of creepy. Wait, did I just say I was missing one? There's a root right there. This is just missing here too. Oh, hi. I didn't even realize you guys were right there. Sorry. It's missing here too. Holy shit. Okay, this is big mists. Ooh. Hard to say which way is gonna be best. I don't know. I think this, well, those two routes are gonna be better over here. Just don't know how big this area goes. Whoa! Hey! I just wanted one of you, not both of you. See, clawberries. I don't even need to worry about it. Where are you going, bud? Ow. Almost. It's so heavy. I'm gonna catch on fire sitting here, watch. I'm going to catch on fire. Alright. We need the wind to switch so we can push that boat up more. What is gonna suck though is... If I can only turn this fucking thing around, dude, it would be set. Can't even use the rudder right now, dude. No, 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 no. Go forward. F it. Can't see shit. Literally can't see a freaking thing. Okay, we just sleep it, dude. Screw this. I ain't dealing with this stupid fog. And night combined. Okay, fog's gone. That's good. Fucker took off. We need those later on. Not considered shelter? And it's raining. Son of a bitch, dude. Really? Just so much fun. So much fun. Okay, start a trek. This isn't the best one in the world, but it'll do fine. I even have a totem decoration. Chest up here too? Fucking stuck on something. Okay, dude. Your little antics aren't gonna help you out. This isn't as nice as I would like it to be, but this is gonna have to be acceptable, unfortunately. What in the shit did you get yourself stuck into, my dude? And you. let's get... do I want to try to drag this to that camp? Or is that... I don't think that's going to be fun. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. This idiot take care of most of it. Go, boys. We're going for a run. Yeah. I just don't know if I'm being hunted still or not. I think I'm no longer being hunted. I think this is all moot now. I think the hunt's over. Okay, we're gonna make this place livable now, and probably expandable too. If I had to be completely honest. Workstation, right? We out of wood? Fuck. I have chain here. Chain. Got fur. I'll need another level to repair it. Fuck me. There's wood sitting there. What the hell? Just need something for right now. Repair the rest of my shit. There we go. I have no food. Ooh. Uh. Where did my food go? Did I accidentally leave it back there? Ugh. Those spawns. No, 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 don't do it. Fuck. Okay, you know what? You die. Piss off. You flew too close to the sun, sir. This is your fault. You flew too close. I had no stamina there. Go eat your shit. Oh, Lily, what's up? We are almost kind of done. I found a suitable Mistlands because, you know, I've never really had to worry about where and how to grow things. Like, it's always just been like, oh yeah, you just go here, you just portal back, you know, leave stuff here, leave stuff there, leave stuff everywhere. You can't do that. So I was like, oh yeah, nothing grows in Ashlands really, nothing grows in Mistlands. Everything grows in the plains. So I had to like look for a place where I knew I was, or knew I would where I would be, and then find the plains from there. Problem is, I'm at like pretty much at the far west edge of the map. So once Mistlands is done, the issue there is going to be, well, I probably need to get closer to center because Ashlands, you know, is it's like split into 4 continents. 2 big ones, 2 small ones on the edge. So I don't want to land or be dealing with one of the small continents. Oh my gosh, this stuff's so heavy. So I need to probably sail back center. So I kind of like needed to know where I was. I have a little paint map I made based off what I could figure out what kind of like cartographied my way to it. Unless, you know, I actually haven't tried making cartography because I don't think the cartography table works. I haven't even tried it. I should probably put it down to see how close my little paint map is. The other issue is that Mage is too strong for Ashlands, especially with a no map. It's just way too strong, right? So the amount of stuff I'm going to need is going to be, the amount of sap I'm going to need is going to be insane. I'm going to need like 2 full carts. I wouldn't be surprised of sap. Maybe not. If I get it done fast, I don't really need to make anything. Like I make the, if I just make, I don't know, I might just be able to blaze through Ashlands on the other Eiderweave set, right? Might be able to just do that. Just blaze through an Eiderweave set and go from there. I don't know. Too many variables. But all the food requires sap, right? So, kind of need it. Ton of sap. Okay. We got mists on both sides. Two things there. All right, we got a ton of base pitching to do. Ton of base pitching to do. No portals, no map. See, I'm pressing M button right now. I have no map. This is the immersive. Oh, he took off. This is the immersive setting. So, no map, no portals, no nothing. Done a pretty good job. I actually, you know, here, I lost my paint map. But here's what I've been doing. I've been having ideas. Like, I had my starter island, right? I had my starter island, and it kind of like did this with meadows, pretty much. And then it was black forest for this kind of thing. Then I found a humongous place. I found a humongo island, right? This island kind of does this, as far as I can tell. It's hard to say. And then it really goes in like this. It kind of goes out. There's like a big mountain here. Really big mountain here. There's like a crappy teeny little swamp. There's a crappy swamp. Crappy swamp. This was all crappy. And this was like, alright? Yes, it was huge. And I was like, I took like 4 or 5 days to sail around it. Trying to like keep close. I had fog issues. There's a little bit of plains here, but here's was my, like, I landed here for a bit. So here's the spawn. We spawned here. I landed here thinking Elder might be here, but it wasn't. All right, but I did find Haldor. We found Haldor right here. Luckily we stopped. We found a Haldor, so that changed the entire run. Then I finally found an island that I liked, where Elder was at, and so we have like this on this one here, as far as I can tell. We got some plains around here, here. Then we have like this humongous swamp here. Actually extends like this, with like plains here, you know, mountain. Like I had a tiny little mountain here, which had a tetragrave, which is even funnier. The first cave I went into, the very first, like I'm talking the very first one I went into, had a freaking tetra thing, which I looked for forever in the completionist run. But yeah, there's like more plains, or there's like big mountain here. You got plains, black forest, all kind of mixed in, right? There's a little bit of meadows right here. I was able to get some stuff, but like remember, you have to like transport. You're like limited, right? Then we had like a bone mass island here with some plains. This, a little bit of black forest. And then there's like a black forest here with a humongous mountain. I have no idea. I haven't seen this. This is all kind of a question mark. But then I found, I got the, it's all sent me. So bone mass was here. They all sent me the same direction, which was kind of nice. So the bone mass was like there. And then motor was here. Big, like a big mountain like this. This is where we're at right now. Which had a tiny little sliver of black forest. And then this is all mists here. Mists did this, as far as I can tell right now. I don't know what happens here. And we found this plains portion here. So we're in this plains area like this, which has more mists. Right? And then there's mists here. So this is my map. My little map I've made. This is my idea I have. So here's where we're at, right here. Oh, Yag. Oh, the other thing, Yag was right here. I found Yag. I was able to do everything. Right, Elder was right here, which was nice. So I have an idea. But Ashlands, like if I do it, like if we're far west, I think it's going to be a tiny little crappy island. And then it'll be a big island, another big island, and then a crappy little island. So I'm worried about being so far west. Once I'm done with this, I need to like actually travel back to spawn and then go south to Ashlands from here. I land on a big island, not one of these tiny ones, because the tiny ones don't always have a fader. So yeah, that's where I'm at the moment. Better save this. Need to save that. Oh, I've just been standing outside night. Awesome. So transporting everything's difficult. Like, until you get the carve. I could be, the angles of it could be totally wrong. Like I have, I kind of screwed it up. But like, so you have like the tree. The tree goes east-west. And I don't have a good visual of it now. But I've had, use this. And you point it directly east at the start. And there's also like on the shrine, you can point it. And I can just leave one places where I need like an east-west marker. So this faces east, we got west, then you got obviously north, south. So that's how I do a lot of the navigation, which is nice. Which is like, yeah, kind of go with that. So you don't get lost, or attempt to not get lost. And everything catches fire, by the way. By the way, everything catches fire. So making coal is actually super easy, which is nice. I don't know what these guys are doing. Making coal is super nice. Like, really, really nice. But, like, I was doing Yag. He's fire, right? The fire spreads. So my Yag was just, like, a desolate landscape of, like, fire everywhere as I'm fighting him. Decoration. So yeah, now I'm just getting reestablished right now. I need a ton, absolute ton of what do you call it? Food going in. Barley. You have to drop stuff all the time. Just like, oh, can't carry this, can't take it, can't do it. I don't know. Who knows what hoe number I'm on. The easy make things, you just drop. Now it gets me base bitching for a while, unfortunately. We gotta get everything set up. I pretty much get everything I need though, realistically. I think we're good. Like, I don't need more black metal. Need all the sap in the world. Eider, obviously. We're gonna do Arbalast, fire staff, protection staff. Want to upgrade those as much as I can. We'll do sword, obviously, Mistwalker. And then we'll probably do 2-piece Eider when I can. 2-piece Eider, so head and legs Eider. Chest will stay root. As a mists. All the guys are pierce, right? And then as we get to Ashlands, it'll go 3-piece next set. Okay, so we got a lot of farming to do. If I'm not planting like 600-700, what do you call it, at the same time, barley, we're gonna be not good. No big building, obviously, because we just gotta stay mobile as best we can. We just take over structures. He's still taming. We'll have a little protector soon, which is kind of nice. Okay, get all my stuff. I have like no onion. I have no onion anymore. Yeah, the way that Ashlands has no way to give you, like Ashlands. Oh, we're gonna do more magic stuff, right? Oh, guess what? The putrid things, whatever. The putrid stuff, we give you soft tissue, which is nice. We give you the soft tissue you need, pretty much. Good to go there, right? That's nice. But there's no sap trees, no way to get sap anymore. So it's like it's very much hinged upon having portals or just taking a metric shit ton of stuff, or you just don't go any mage at all, which is like an option, but not a good one for Ashlands. There's just so much that doesn't work for it. Having magic, staff, everything else is just too big, to be honest. Divine staff, or wild staff, right? That's what it's called, wild staff. It's too good. It's way too good to ignore. And I'm not even worried about troll staff. I could care less. I mean, the troll, at least on hard mode, the troll just gets instantly gibbed, right? Gets put down, staggered instantly, and killed. It might be different in normal mode, but like, I can achieve just as much just by using the fire staff, to be honest. And the wild staff of the wild. Okay, this is a huge area for stuff. I don't want to go. I could go even more that way, but I'm worried about these idiots over here. You know what I forgot to do again? Gosh, I just... When the ADHD takes over... Man, it's... deadly. Forgot to get wisps again. Totally forgot. No wisps. Non-existent. Not there. Yeah. Okay, I don't even want to put like 90% of this stuff anyways, right? Need to get the rest of this crap set up here. Let's get this down. Need this to be as low as humanly possible. Okay. That's good. Enough height, I think. Oh, yeah, perfect. Got that. One of these, 10 and 25. 25. And... wait. Is that not high enough? I just destroyed something. Destroyed stone something. Oh. Damn it. Still not high. What do you mean it needs more space? Ugh. Stonecutter's last thing. Just put on the other side, whatever. Okay. Let's get an actual fire set up now. I should probably be on this side, I guess. Next to where the bed's going to be, I guess. chain and iron. Where's my chain? Here's my chain. Iron. Everything's such a mess. It's a 4, right? 3. Oh, okay. Good to know, good to know. That's messing with it. Okay. That works, right? Okay, cool. That works. What's next for it? We need this. 3. What is it? 32533. 3. What else? It's this all 3. Works there. Crafting. 2, 4, 4, 2. Oh no. Did I make a boo-boo here? I had a hoe in there. What was I doing? Uh-oh. I made a boo-boo. Okay, I didn't. We can use the wood from the boat. This is fine. Oh, that was almost a big boo-boo. Gosh, how did I forget about that? How did I forget about that? What the heck? I'm gonna find it somewhere, watch. We'll be fine. I'll be like, oh no, we had it here the entire time. What do you mean it needs more space? There. Mortal Pest can go there then. Pots and pans. Take 10 of this. That. Is there a wood? Start over. Let's just reset. Inventory's full anyways. Okay, let's take 10 of this. Cool. 555. 5 of this. 5 copper. Metal. Right? Yeah, it's 4. We're good. Okay, that's fine there. Is there any big towers? I don't see a big tower. Fuck. No, what am I talking about? There's one right there. What happened to my brain? Where did the rest of my wood go? Could be just be out of wood again. Can't stock and stagger it like normal, right? Right here. 30 of this. That's just terrifying. Mosquito going in and out of the mist. Name something more terrifying than that. Ugh. You know, actually, you know, you didn't do anything this entire time, and then you come as I'm doing that. You know, you know, what a jerk. I don't know how far down this goes. Might be able to completely take it out. Because it'd be nice to have, like, little protection around the base. I don't need a ton, but... I'd have a tar pit there too. I forgot about that. So we got a lot of cool stuff here to work with. We got cool stuff to work with, but we have one super important thing that we really need. Super duper important. That super duper important thing is we need lots of Dregvar plates. We need lots of sap things. Like a camp in the mists? I don't know. Oh my gosh, I did it again. I literally did it again. What a dork, dude. I'm going to open this side up a bunch, but in the meantime, I just want to close this off so I don't get killed in my sleep by foolings. There. That'll keep me from getting killed. Perfect amount of stuff too. Crazy. This will be a ton of stone to expand as necessary. There, huh? This is just a huge rock. Okay, well. We try to be cool at it, but we're not going to get super cool at it, unfortunately. Oh my. What in the hell is happening? Excuse me, game? I dragged you all the way from up here. Okay, well, you know. Good to know, good to know. Wow, dude, look how high this goes inside. I never realized that. Getting practice in for the 50 skulls I gotta find. One second. What the hell are these guys coming from so far away? Look how far away I am, dude. You fracking kidding me? I'm gonna die to a growth that's stuck right here, huh? Okay. There's another one. They're all coming up. There must be another tar pit right here somewhere I'm not seeing. Run away. No, they're coming from that tar pit. They have to. Jeez Louise, man. Unless there's another one in the... I'm not seeing in there. Oh, because they're all coming from down. I don't need Siege Breaker anymore. I need to get rid of that ASAP. Should be this one and that one over there, and it should fall. Maybe that too, right there. I don't know. Come on. Bang. Fall. Right here. Still not enough, eh? Yeah, where's the holdup? This? That. Rip frames. No! This. Thank you. Oh. Yeah. This should pretty much shore up any problems we have with the base. I didn't make that mistake. It's good enough for government work, right? Yeah, I don't feel rested anymore. That's fine. I'll get rested here. Okay. It's a nice big area for all of our farming we have to do. Relentless amount. This is a clusterfuck. Oh my god. I don't know if these are my friends yet or not. He's gonna have to go, to be honest, but whatever. Ugh. You know, Mr. Totem thing, you're pretty cool, but it's not gonna work. Alright. Okay. That had to go, unfortunately. A lot of this is gonna have to go, to be honest. I really can't go too much further back to fight against the mists. This, probably? Do that. we gotta use those for sure. Ugh. You know, how can you... Sometimes you get up walls no prop like that. I don't get it. I have nowhere to jump up here? Okay, there we go. Fuck. Alright, this should be more than high enough, I think. Oh, here come the wisps. I don't care how good this looks, it just needs to get done skied. There, look at this. This works. It all works. Alright, that's plenty of spot there. I want a... door right here, though. Oh. What the heck? Never usually get that lucky with wisps, huh? Crazy. I'm gonna grab a bunch of wisps right now to worry about later. What the hell are they beating up over there? This works. It's pretty good for now. I don't know if those are my friends or not yet. That's a problem. So one issue I have. Crafting stations here and here. Finish up furniture stuff right here whenever I need. That's just storage. Needs the wood. Priority railwood, eh? Okay. Ugh. Fuck. You know what? Here. Just for right now. Build the thing on the wall. Add wood. Okay. Make this tool shelf. 410-4, huh? Be able to fit two right here? Two right there, which is nice. And get one more right here. Maybe even two right there. It's gonna be close. Cool. Start separating, huh? One thing we are going to be scant on is wood. Like, really badly. Probably. Okay, metal and wood go in there. Okay. Decision made. I don't need that. Need a drop pit. What do I need really badly? You know what? Let's reposition this to here because this is all going to get planted. That's dead in the water. Oh, you know what? I have room for that bullshit. Whatever. Okay, that's food stuff for now. Don't care about money. I need a dig pit eventually. Don't need this. Don't need that. Guess you can keep that for food. Room. One. Basement stuff. This can go here. All right. I'm gonna put that there for now. That too, for Mistlands bullshit. There, we're gonna plant this stuff in a second. In fact, plant it right now. These guys have got to be my friends now, right? No? Alright, Mr. Birdie, we need your feathers. Piss him off. How are these not my friends yet, dude? Ugh. No, stay there. Fuck. There's a Mistlands right here. Don't piss him off, don't piss him off. Come on, man. Yeah, eat. There you go. You too. Come here and eat. Yeah, there's cloudberries all over the place here. These jerks just don't want to eat it. I'd like to be able to have access to my thing without killing you guys. It'd be nice to have you protecting that little area. By the way, I don't think I'm getting planning. Oh my lord. What is that? Ow. Just non-stop death mosquitoes, man. Never end. Those. There. I can't. Nobody can just barge in on me and freaking murder me now. Savvy? Savvy. Waiting on. Your hairs. Not a lot of wood, to be honest. And now we're officially out of wood. Go for it. Go for it. Camp needs to come down eventually anyways, right? You know what? Let's all go at it, boys. Fuck it. Ow. Okay. They just push each other along. I forget this. Forget how they can just like go ahead and push one another around like no friction. It's like trolls. Oops. Invested bonus.
Hey guys, Paul Sean here, and today is like about a Hex Blast of Contradiction. So since this league has been a little bit of a bummer for me, one thing I wanted to do again is do a little bit of league start testing. Actually, kind of use the time that we have instead of just grinding the same thing over and over, having to reroll tier 70s 100 times. I just wanted to put in the work and try something newish, at least for a league start scenario, which is the new Hex Blast of Contradiction. Now, there is a version of this skill that already exists that this is also inspired by. At least it's the first time I actually thought about this skill, which was when Captain Lance made his guide, which is basically just Energy Blade Hyper Endgame. And we're going to talk about that one as well, but there are other ways to get around the downside. In the mechanics section, I'm gonna basically talk about that. But the gist of Hex Blast of Contradiction is it does more damage, and you resist enemy hits by your highest res instead of your lowest, which sounds like a crazy downside, but we're gonna talk all about it. What Captain Lance did basically is it says Chaos Res is resisted by highest, so he just went full Energy Blade, which is all lightning damage. So he basically just took this skill as a glorified damage effectiveness.
God, stupid fucking thing.
Interesting. Now, a lot of you guys have already played Hex Blast before, and you know how OP this skill is. For me personally, it's one of the 3 top league starters right now in the game, and it is one of the candidates to get nerfed. If you've never played the skill, you can look at my 3.22 guide. Also, Ventura has a really good Trickster guide out for 3.23, and I think also 3.24, I can't remember. But this has been not really a secret of a skill in the last few leagues, and it is one of the most underrated skills, which is quite funny because people know it's good, but people don't know how quite good it is. People have been pushing tier 17 as one of the first people with Hex Blast builds, normal Hex Blast that is. So with the premise of understanding how strong Hex Blast is, we can also look at Hex Blast of Contradiction a lot easier. So let's get first into it. What are the differences between the two? Now, if you're completely new to Hex Blast is basically a high damage effectiveness, high flat damage skill with a very low crit chance that basically gets more damage if the enemy was hexed, which is basically every curse but marks. Marks do not count. If the enemy was hexed, you get 100% more damage, and then it removes the curse. So basically what you have to have is kind of a curse on hit system where you can reapply it over and over. The reason people play this skill on mines is very simple, just because of the cast time. You want to overwrite that cast time, and on mines that is very easy. Now, mines trigger after each other, which is why you never see it on traps, because traps explode all at once, which means you cannot reapply the hex. Basically, of those hits, as far as I know at least, only one of the traps that goes off simultaneously would get this bonus, which is why on mines where you have a detonation chain where it goes curse, remove, curse, remove, curse, remove, it's way, way, way better. And it has a clause right here, which basically makes it unplayable with cast on crit. So everything that can reset the cast time to 0.25, like mines, is OP with the skill. Now, there's more to the skill, though, because all damage can ignite, freeze, and shock. And that is very noticeable. Even though it's chaos damage, it can apply all of those. Especially freeze is really big. Do note, though, that chill is absent from here. Another very unique modifier on the normal Hex Blast is chaos damage with hits is resisted by the lowest resistance instead. So, for example, if the enemy's resistance, the lowest one, is after flammability and fire exposure, you get it to like minus 20 fire res, it will take that resistance and not anything else, not anything relating to chaos. Now, so you know the most important things about Hex Blast right now. Like I said, you can look up a build guide if you want to, but Hex Blast of Contradiction has 3 noticeable differences. Let's start at the first one. Hex Blast of Contradiction has not only
you're 1-star.
100% more damage with hits if the enemy's hexed, it has 150%, which comes out to 25% more damage. It also has higher base crit. It goes from 4 to 6, which is kind of like a 50% more critical strike increase. Granted, you don't have any other base crit increases. Otherwise, it has the same base damage, same damage effectiveness, just 25% more damage and plus
pissed him off.
base crit. to, however, go Inquisitor. We're going to go over why that is in a second, but basically the line here that's different is chaos damage with hits is resistance by the highest resistance instead. So while Hex Blast is very easy to negate, you just basically stack, I don't know, LE weak plus flammability plus fire exposure, and you're gonna get the enemy very low. On this skill, it is a downside, and in order to get enemies to below 0 res, you would have to reduce not just every LE res, you would also have to reduce chaos res. So there is a lot of good things right here. 25% more damage, huge. +2 base crit, also huge because it doesn't make you have to go Sandstorm Visage. But how do we counteract this downside? The reason we go Inquisitor is Inevitable Judgment. Now, how does this work with Hex Blast of Contradiction? What I'm about to say is the information that I've gotten from people who played the build, now me included, and I felt the same way, as well as people on PoE Wiki, as well as some other people who tried the build. Mark has responded to this question by somebody, but was very cryptic and very ominous about how this works. However, this is the running theory, and from everything I've done, from everything I felt like, resistance modifiers and whatnot on maps, this is how it should work. And once again, if you have anything to the contrary, let me know. If you have like a better Mark post, I only saw that one post where he replied with like 2 sentences. Maybe there's something else up there. So the skill says chaos damage is resistant by highest res. Now, Inevitable Judgment says critical strikes ignore enemy monster LE res. So that means that if you roll a crit and your highest resistance is any elemental resistance, that resistance will get ignored for the purposes of Hex Blast of Contradiction. This is important to know because these are the resistances of most bosses, especially Guardian and Pinnacle bosses, all of the big bosses. And as far as I know, at least, there aren't really any mobs that have more Chaos Res than LE Res. And even if they did, a simple Despair Curse in your setup would lower the Chaos Res to be below LE Res. The only exception is, for example, stuff that only increases Chaos Res on like a Lee Mechanic mod, which would be counteracted immediately if it also had an LE Res mod, right? And the Wither mod on the mod that gives like Chaos Res and Wither on rares. But just to clarify this again and show you in PoE, for example, a Pinnacle boss all the way down here, 50% LE Res, 30% Chaos Res. What would happen if you have a crit right here is the game would take one of the elemental resistances or all of the elemental resistances as your highest res, and since that res is elemental, the Inquisitor node would ignore that resistance. What people thought a while ago, actually I remember this discussion when this gem came out, is okay, it's going to ignore the LE res, so it's going to jump the Chaos res, making the skill still not very good. But I'm pretty sure what's actually happening is it takes the LE res, ignores it, and then forgets that Chaos Res even exists. Once again, this is also reinforced by people who played the skill and tried it with and without Despair, and it's also, I think it's all even said like that. On the PoE Wiki page, Inquisitor will remove resistance from being calculated. Yeah. So basically, that is how it should work, and that's why the skill is actually very attractive. And that is why you actually do not need to go Energy Blade if you don't want to. You don't need to stack other forms of damage that isn't Chaos. You can also just do it like this. Does that mean Energy Blade is not the way? Of course not. Energy Blade is very strong in endgame. It's just something that is very important to know from League Start, because I do not want to rely on Energy Blade on League Start personally, and I don't want to give a new player anything like that. Now, okay, so what is now different in general from a normal Hex Blast build? Okay, so you start as an Inquisitor. Boo-hoo, big deal. It is actually a pretty big deal because it has implications, both negative and positive, on how the build plays out. Now first, let's look at what Hex Blast builds normally play, because aside from having to go Inquisitor, the skills are very similar, right? So what they usually go for, this is day 3, because we're talking about League Start. Sabo and Trickster, I think, are pretty much heads up. If I had to say, I prefer Sabo a little bit more early, whereas I think Trickster gets a lot better later. I played a Sabo in 3.22. Ventura has a really good Trickster guide, which I love. Occultist, I'm not really sure. It has been getting a lot more over time. I think it's the bossing, but I'm not 100% sure. But needless to say, a lot of builds go for Shadow, and Shadow side is very friendly towards Mind build, which means that you can start with Mines very early if you so choose to. Obviously, Hex Blast needs some setup, but all you really need is a Dread Arc, right? Your first curse, and you're usually going to be fine. Inquisitor, however, is quite a bit of pathing. Now, I'll talk about this a little bit more because it's actually not as bad as you think, because Mind over Matter EB is something that is very strong. Anyways, these pathing nodes are very good. getting melding is something you would probably do anyways. However, especially early on, you're not going to be able to play mines. Let's talk about more implications, though, versus Hexblast. We're basically going to compare this with Hexblast right now. On Hexblast of Contradiction, you can actually use defensive curses. Now, I'm not using both Enfeeble and Temp Chains on this one, but I am using Enfeeble, and if you look at my effective hit pool, it is quite a big deal. Enfeeble is very, very strong, especially if you can have it actually leveled and you don't just have it as a curse on hit. As my curse on hit here, I actually do have Despair. For the rare occasions where enemy scales res is actually higher, I bring it down, and then most likely the Ellie res is higher, and once again, then Inevitable Judgment puts the res to 0. However, to know if this is actually worth it, I'll still have to do some more testing. It could also just be Temp Chains. Temp Chains and Feeble would actually be huge, whereas a normal Hexblast build would go Flammability, Ellie Weak, or Frostbite, Ellie Weak, whatever you're setting up for. So that is already a huge upside. You can also start with any curse. I will show you real quickly. I have different snapshots actually of the gear we've taken. By the way, I am testing on standard. Don't really think anything about it. The reason I went on standard is this is actually the first league where I cannot pick the league mechanic, which means the maps would just be needlessly harder. And if I crafted with Necropolis, it would be kinda like cheating. But just to show you real quickly, this is the gloves that I sort of bought as like a proxy at level 70, and these are any gloves with any curse other than elemental weakness. If you took elemental weakness, that is very bad because now you're decreasing all your Ellie res and now your chaos res is probably the highest. Anything else, it doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't hinder your build, it is actually a 1 in 22. If you just take any gloves and corrupt them with a Valor, it's, as far as I know, a 1 in 22 to get any okay curse. So whereas you might actually think that Hexblast is easier to set up, in fact, this one is easier to set up because you don't have to stack Ellie Weak plus Flammability to do full damage. It doesn't matter, it just has to have a curse. However, it also has negative implications. You have to level with a non-mine skill, and for that, you go for the meta. Rolling Magma into Armageddon brand Cremation, and you start this journey after the campaign. The reason I'm also saying after the campaign is because Hexblast of Contradiction is a Transfigured Gem, and farming for a Transfigured Gem is the least annoying in Merclap because you can actually target farm them way, way easier. This is especially important on SSF. Obviously, if it's off meta, right? But I usually cannot pretend like the build I'm going to put out will be off meta. So in case I play it, obviously that is going to be a big role. How can you actually farm it yourself? But yeah, the leveling is pretty damn standard. The only problem is you want to do as little respecs as you can because you don't want to have people, I don't know, use 50 regret orbs. So there is a few concessions I have to make, mainly like this whole part here, which you will have to replace with just going straight here later. But it is important to get a little bit of extra fire damage out here. But basically the way you're going to level, we're going to talk about that probably a little bit later in the video, is you have to go from the left side all the way to the right side. And the point where you can actually start Hexblast of Contradiction will be around about level 65 to level 70, which is definitely a downside. However, on League Start, if you don't have a Dread Arc, you could say very similar things about Hexblast. If you actually have to level with Pyroclast Mine, it is not a better experience than Rolling Magma or Armageddon Brand Cremation, which is actually OP. But for a lot of people, this is a downside. I also like to play my skill as fast as possible. It's also harder to cap spell suppression. Now, in the endgame version, we do actually path all the way to Inveterate right here. We take this whole cluster, and we also take Instinct. And then I think you need 2 or 3 gear pieces with a tier 2 roll of spell suppression. However, on a Trickster, you wouldn't really need that at all, and you're already prime positioned to grab all the clusters. And like I said, you have to actually farm for a Transfigure Gem, whereas Hexblast is, yeah, you don't need maybe some support skill, but the main skill gem is a Transfigure Gem, which comes with its downsides, right? You have to kind of transition into it, you have to farm it. Depends. Now, comparing Inquisitor to stuff like Trickster or Sabo right now, how does that actually line up? You don't have any mana issues. You don't need to use a mana flask, and that is mostly because of Mind Over Matter and Eldritch Battery. So with Inquisitor, you will go Pious Path, which means your regen is going to be Energy Shield and Life Regen at the same time. So you're going to stack a Life Regen and get basically double value out of it. And with Mind Over Matter, you're kind of splitting the damage between Life and DS. And with Eldritch Battery, that also means now you are spending your mana with your Energy Shield that recovers really, really quickly. So your mana cost is basically non-existent, which not only means that you can reserve all the way to 0%, it also means you don't have to get any minus mana on your rings, basically freeing up your jewelry. And then also, in the worst case scenario, even early, you might have to use a mana flask. On this build, it doesn't exist, and you obviously cannot go EB on Trickster because Energy Shield is actually a big part of your survivability, and Might Over Matter is very much out of the way. Then you have Insane Recovery. I mean, I don't think I need to say much about Pious Path here, but you can stack a lot extra regen. One thing I also want to note is since you don't need Sandstorm Visage theoretically anymore, you can even do stuff like Bull's Vision, which gives you an extra 400 life, and otherwise you just stack stuff like Vitality, and you get some random % regen from stuff like Quick Recovery and Sanctity. And another neat little thing is actually, let me see where I have that one. It is right here. There's also a 2.5% life regen on one of the Mind Masteries. Nice little addition. And once again, it doesn't need Sandstorm Visage, which could open it up for the helm I just talked about. It could also open it up for a defensive helm. For example, a double Fizz Take an Ass helmet, or maybe a double Reservation helmet. You fix your res easier, you get an extra life roll, extra ES roll. It's just, and since we are positioned like this on the passive tree, we could theoretically also go armor. In my current version, I am still Grace, but that might actually change in the end game version. I might just go for Jade Flask and have like 50-ish of HNs and then just go for D-Term. This is also possible because we're actually here at Faith and Steel, and if you get to around about 40k armor, this is especially something if you go Mage Blood version, obviously, later. But you can actually go for stuff here like Fizz damage taken as Chaos conversion. You can't really go for Xibakua because on Inquisitor it's just kind of awkward. But yeah, you will have a lot of extra chance to grab some armor, and then could be really, really strong, especially in tier 17s. This is also a nice addition because Inquisitor can actually grab spell suppression while having that kind of regen, while actually getting chance and grab armor at the same time. So there's a lot more potential to sacrifice some of your damage for more defenses, which can be trickier on Trickster or Sabo unless you want to sacrifice Grace for D-Term, and then you don't really have much percentage armor at all. Going armor would also open up stuff like Molten Shell. But with that said, there's some more downsides right here, which would be, for example, you have to compensate for Mind Throwing speed. So if you look at Sabo, you will see that these small nodes right here, these right here have 5% Mind Throwing speed, 5% Mind Throwing speed, and if you go Trickster, you will see you have +2 Frenzy Charges, which means 20% throwing speed, and then if you have action speed, if you don't have your boots yet, then also one step ahead gives you extra. You have to make up for that.
It's more
now,
wisps.
most of these builds are actually not using all of the tools available anyways, because it's not worth for them at a certain point to stack even more Mind Throwing speed. However, especially early game, there is a little bit more of a period where you want to go with Swift Assembly instead of Minefield, because otherwise it feels awkward on Inquisitor. However, at this point, it is absolutely smooth sailing. Once you have your Frenzy Charges, once you have maybe a Jewel with 7% Mind Throwing speed, you grab all the other Mind Throwing speed, which is mostly here. I have 15% on my wand. I have I think this is a Shrieking Essence, 16% right here. And I have, no, actually I don't have a crafted roll right here because I didn't have the thing. But in general, this is where it starts to feel a lot smoother. Also, quality on Minefield helps as well as that you can also anoint Destructive Apparatus, or even Path like this, which I think is a little bit awkward, but it's also an option. And the last downside is obviously you lose some defensive parts from what the Shadow Nodes had as well. So for example, on a Trickster, you would lose Spellbreaker, which is incredible, especially against bosses. And on Saboteur, you would lose Born in the Shadows, which is straight up 15% less damage taken, which you mostly make up by going sort of hybrid life ES with Mom EB, but it's still something that has to be noted. When it comes to gearing, I had like 3 stages that we tried out. The first one was a very early, basically, I kept most of my campaign gear and added a little bit extra for resistances. I added a 5-link, trashy 5-link or whatever. I threw some essences on some stuff. But now we are at stage 3, which is kind of like red maps plus, which is where I invested. So what we calculated is around about 5 to 6 divines right now in terms of what League Star divines would be. So right now, obviously this gear you could probably get for, I don't know, 50C, 60C, but I'm saying League Star divines, right? So what we have here is, first up, Wand. All you really want on Wand early is increased damage. Now, if you are playing a miner, especially on my version right now, where I don't even have a cluster jewel yet, the first important thing is get a lot of increased damage. You're going to be quite increased damage starved. So obviously the optimal would be to also have percentage damage in the implicit, but that's just in general what it is. Flat damage to stuff like cold or fire is still valuable because of Inevitable Judgment. Now, obviously, it's the same as with Shield. In a perfect world, you would want +1 to Chaos, but that is something that was not in the budget. And I feel like people usually over-invest early into +2 levels when they haven't even fully realized their percentage damage stuff. So I personally don't think these are worth early until you go into 10, 20 Divine stuff. Other than that, all we really did is just look that we have our spell suppression cap, look that we have enough crit chance. Right now we're around about 95%, and that is about it. This helmet is obviously really bad. This is, I think, a self-found helmet. Also, I just threw random implicits on. This one is pretty much shit, right? Obviously, I want Fizz taken as I want Reservation, but it is what it is. This amulet is probably my best piece, although it's not as good as you think because I cannot craft on Mind Throwing Speed, which would have been a nice one. But yeah, this one's pretty nice. And at this point, I did invest into a silver oil to anoint Destructive Apparatus, which is very, very strong in general. What I did before Destructive Apparatus is actually I went Wand Slinger, which is a very cheap, very, very cheap anoint for just 30% increased damage. It just costs you an Amber Oil, which, yeah, it's just one of the cheapest ones. The reason I say that is because when you have a really shitty Ami, what you really want is throw a shitty anoint on. You don't want to throw a good anoint on a shitty Ami. As I said early on, the curse on hit that I had was actually these gloves right here. But then later, you definitely want to get out of this garbage and you want to get a curse on hit. Now, it doesn't really matter which curse on hit, but obviously Despair is a very nice one. The way you craft these is actually Reforge Caster, and you can't really be picky. As you can see right here, I basically have Dexterity roll and 15 res, and then you just craft on life, and you just take whatever you can. If you want a good Despair ring, it's going to cost you a lot more. My second ring is basically just a little bit of resistances, crafted tier 2 damage, and like tier 2 life, right? Basically just throwing up resistances. And right now what I'm doing is I'm actually not using Profane Proxy. I'm using Blasphemy plus Enfeeble for my second curse. That is obviously very nice because Enfeeble leveled is a lot stronger than a level 1 from a curse one. One really nice tech item as well is Dodoris Tenure. This will straight up give you 100% increased spell damage. As we said, you're very starved on increased damage. The reduced cast speed does absolutely nothing, and it is a prime corruption target for any curse you can get early. If you can get your hands on a Dodoris Tenure, for example, with Despair on hit, that would be premium, or stuff like Temp Chains on it. After that, what you want is a heavy belt if you can, because with Inquisitor, we definitely want to go stack some strength. Strength is your lower of the 2 attributes. Basically always until you go into like the 300s. Right now we only have 200, but yeah, every bit of strength you can get is going to be increased.
This is plenty for what we need.
Use Essence of Zeal to get the trap and mind throwing speed, and then you just basically keep whatever you can. In this case, I got 2 tier 3 resistance rolls. Actually, one of them is tier 1 and one of them is tier 2, and I just crafted on mana. That's basically the end of it. If you don't have a life roll, you might have to be a little bit more picky with what you pick in the suffixes. As for boots, I really tried fake buying them on standard. Like, I tried to get shitty boots on standard, but it's almost impossible, so I had to craft them myself. The boots that were on the market were all just insane. So I bought 25% fractured movement speed, and this is close to what I would probably buy on day 1 usually for my boots. I just ran with them. As you can see, it is the wrong base, but that is actually pretty nice because this way you can get an easy 4 reds, which you need for your gems a little bit later. If you can throw on action speed or movement speed, both are very strong. In the implicit, the second one I just hit whatever. Here, you just want life and resistances. That's basically all you can hope for. If you have the right base, you want obviously spell suppress. For the gem setup, Hexboss of Contradiction is pretty much your main skill. I only went for level 20, mainly because so Hexblast, I would go for level 21 at this point because you don't need the quality. So you can just go for a 21-0. You level offhand and you're almost always going to hit it within like 7 takes. Otherwise, you just level again. But with Hexblast of Contradiction, this could be expensive because of Transfigure Gem, so I stayed at 20. The quality, once again, completely irrelevant, does absolutely nothing. It's just that on standard, you literally cannot get I couldn't get without quality. But increased crit, so basically what I did with the support gems is I threw a few GCPs on to kind of like take this thing where you buy like a, I don't know, 12 to 15 quality support gem. And instead of flipping it later, you fill it up with GCPs. That's basically what I simulated here. Ink crit chance makes Inevitable Judgment a lot more consistent. It's a good damage multiplier, so I go with that. Charged Mines completely fixes your mine throwing speed. It's extremely important to get your frenzy charges as soon as possible. Also, you get a ton of power charges for your crit. High Impact Mine, this one is a little bit interesting. I just prefer High Impact Mine and Blast Chain Mine. I could talk about this for probably 15 minutes, but whatever you want. In general, it is a lot nicer, especially now that your chains will be automated, which we're going to go over in a second. Minefield support, as I said, Swift assembly support is incredibly strong until you can get the mine throwing speed to make this one feel good. When you first get into maps, your minefield support is probably like level 14 or something, and every level counts. It has less and less mine throwing speed, right? So it gets better and better over time, and then the quality also gives another 5%. And then you also need to have the upgraded craft that goes up to 15 instead of up to 12, right? You have to craft your belt. If you can, you even want to get it on your amulet and stuff like that. So at some point, it's going to start feeling good. It's just kind of something you have to feel out. It's a little bit weird because one is green, one is blue, so you have to kind of like wing it. But in general, Minefield for me felt good from like level 80-ish onwards. And then at the end, crit damage support. Now, once we have actual jewels like this, right now the only jewel I have in is actually a 2-stat jewel. Only 2 of these stats actually matter, mine throwing speed and crit multi for spell damage. Once you get more crit multi from jewels, you have like a double cluster jewel set up, you can definitely reconsider the crit damage and you can go for mine and trap damage. But right now, I don't want to use that support because it gives me 10% less mine throwing speed and it would kind of feel off. Now then, what I've implemented is a call setup with Enduring Cry. Important to know here is that yes, it can give you endurance charges. It's going to be a little bit inconsistent, but really nice is the regen. You get a ton of extra regen. You can put another increased duration in, that is huge, especially for an Inquisitor. It can be quite a big game changer. Call to Arms. I also have Arrogance with Vitality, which, yeah, as you can see, right, actually, you cannot see right here. That is kind of what I have reserved on life. Then I have a Zealotry set up with increased duration and Divine Blessing Inspiration. Also an upside of being EV, being able to press Zealotry for another 20% more damage. On my wand, I have Shield Charge, Faster Attacks, and Momentum. Pretty self-explanatory. If you don't have the colors for this, you can also cut the Momentum, although on this build it's quite important that you get your 3-link for this. Blasphemy and Enfeeble is basically until I get Profane Proxy. I'm still not 100% sure if that's better, but it will make your gem starvation pretty rough. For example, right now, I don't even have my Bear Trap in. I would kind of have to swap that in and out for Momentum whenever I'm bossing. Not that I'm really using it anyways while normal mapping, but it's still a little annoying right now. And then, yeah, Enfeeble with Blasphemy, and then Grace. As you can see, I'm not using Skitterbots. Skitterbots are good, but what you have to remember is we're already shocking with Hexblast for probably more than 10% most of the time. So that part is completely useless of Skitterbots. The chill is nice because you actually can't chill with Hexblast. But other than that, you're just getting 10% more damage with 35% reservation. So unless you have Profane Proxy, Skitterbots are just completely worthless. As for passive tree, this one's pretty self-explanatory. Now, obviously, these 2-point jewels would be filled out as soon as you have some money, and you can actually fill them out. The cluster jewel would be a no-brainer, large, medium, and you would probably cut some of this stuff right here. This is what I'm planning on in endgame. Once you can figure out your dexterity, you can figure out your spell suppress. This is kind of not needed. You just have to anoint charisma and go with the flow. The thing about this build is actually that all your attributes just figure themselves out. You don't really have to spec anything. We have a very balanced approach here of strength into dexterity. You don't really need anything on your gear. Maybe a tiny bit of dexterity. But in general, it's just completely figured out. You get so much strength as well. You're kind of like the way you path, it's just all figured out. One important thing to note, I guess, about mines in general, if you don't know, mines have a flat reservation whenever you put them down. So for example, if I do this right here, you will see that my mana goes down quite significantly. And then if I wait and they explode, you will see it popping back up to like round about the 40% mark right here whenever they run out. So that is because they have reservation while they're down, and you want to be able to put down 23, which is your maximum with Minefield plus the passive tree. So as you can see right here, you can see it 20 and then 23. This is where it stops, and that's where your reservation has to hold out. If it's like 20 or 19 or 18, you don't have your full damage potential at bosses, which isn't the end of the world, but it is a thing to consider. Important to know is that is a flat reservation. It's not percentage reservation. It's like a flat, I don't know, 20 mana reservation. So increasing your mana pool actually will also increase the amount of mines you can throw down. So taking stuff like Mind Drinker is actually very nice. You want one mana cluster anyways, because then you also get the mana reservation. But just so you know, if you're wondering why I have like these mana rolls on some of my stuff, which I actually removed, I don't really need it. But if you need reservation, you can definitely do stuff like this. Other than that, you obviously have Mind Over Matter, Eldritch Battery, an old classic for Inquisitors. Make sure you definitely take Sanctuary.
And a whole entire day planting.
Armor and Energy Shield. Armor doesn't matter all that much, but it's just
Holy
really
hell.
and the next thing I would take is probably Quick Recovery or these tools right here. Definitely take a lot of the hybrid nodes. Melding is insane. So is Written in Blood. All of these nodes are premium. Make sure that your spell suppression cap. Another thing you can do is if you have problems with spell suppression, if you have all the right bases with evasion on, you can also take the mastery. That gives you 15% chance to spell suppress. I don't really have that right now because my boots are fucked up, but yeah, it is what it is. If you're starved on increased damage, definitely something you want to do is take this mastery right here. Important to know as well, because you might be wondering, where's my AoE coming from? Because the AoE kind of looked decent in the intro. It's actually from stuff like here. So Hex Blast is actually considered a Hex skill. So increased area of effect of Hex skills increases the AoE of Hex Blast, which is also why you will see some people anoint Skittering runes because of the 50% AoE, which is quite huge. What I opt to do instead, since I want to have the extra mind throwing speed right here, is you can also go for increased area of effect of aura skills. This one only works. It's also here, right? So in total, it's 42%. This only works if you have high impact. This basically makes your Hex Blast into an aura. So what that means is this will actually increase the AoE of your skill. As for leveling, you will see me not take some nodes that obviously racers would take, but that is simply because my game doesn't end after level 70, right? I would have to respec all of those points, and I like to keep them to a minimum. The respecs on this build are like, I think 25 to 30-ish respecs that you need. 20 you obviously get from the campaign, and the last ones you can kind of do over time. It's not a big deal. But basically, the way I want to go for this is we're going first up for Rolling Magma, and then later we're going for Cremation and Armageddon Brand, and just to zip you through right here. If you want to test this out, I'm just going to show it to you quickly. I'm not going to do an in-depth guide, so if you don't know this, definitely look up some racers and how they do it. You want to get to the Fire Mastery with 100% increased damage ASAP, and after that, you're just going to rush to Alley Overload over here. Take Alley Overload, and then path down through these increased damage nodes. Increased damage is incredibly important, obviously. I also take Runebinder. It's not really necessary. It's just a little bit of nice extra once you have Armageddon Brand and you go for Cremation. After that, so after this, you basically have more than enough damage for days, right? And after that, you go to the right side. You go Act 4, Act 5. Now, here is where it gets a little bit fishy, because I did take Snowforged and Ellie hit Mastery, like Ellie Mastery with the monster inverted. At this point, your ignite damage is falling off, so your hit damage is a lot more important. But that is another 4 points that maybe you didn't have to take. Maybe you don't have to take Ellie Focus. Play around with it if you're leveling it. If you don't have to take those points, that would be a huge boon, because then you could prep. Next up, we go Eldritch Battery, but now you can prep for the mine nodes very well. And after Act 10, we're basically going to be respecking. So we do this, and then we're Act 10, and at this point is basically where we're going to start respecking. I'll put some POBs down below. In conclusion, though, Hex Blast of Contradiction is an incredibly strong skill that you can kind of fool a little bit by going Inquisitor. This might be my leak server for 3.25. I'm going to say it straight up. Obviously, we have to wait for patch notes. I want to know what happens to normal Hex Blast, because that will determine how big this skill is going to be for other people who might now swap. But even if Hex Blast isn't nerfed, this is just an absolutely brutal endgame build, especially all the way up to what Cap Lance did with Hex Blast of Contradiction and Energy Blade. But this will depend on so many things. What will happen to Archmage, right? All these things. This build needs way more testing, refining. Just so you know, if you look at the POBs, they're very much like just unrefined. You'll see it yourself. If you have any feedbacks, or if I forget about something, just put it down in the description. I will leave this one on the back burner, obviously, until we have patch notes, but I just wanted to kind of get a feel for the skill, and then we will see it. Apply whatever happens in the patch notes. This skill had an incredible progression throughout the game. Obviously, I didn't really run it through the gauntlet. I didn't really do tier 17s, anything like that. But then again, we don't even know what happens to tier 17s. I didn't do uber bosses yet, but I mean, it would be preposterous with the kind of gear I have right now anyways. But in general, I got a feel for the skill, and this is definitely one of my contenders right now. But either way, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Maybe I could show you something new. And
no stamina, and I'm wet. Okay. Get on unscrewed here. All gone again. We gotta go right back over there. Grab more wood. Alright, let's go get the rest of that wood over there. I should be killing those birds. What am I doing? Where am I going? I don't know. Let's get the rest of this wood. We'll get a bunch of wood too from Yggdrasil wood. Out of there. Pillage, that's fine. These my friends now? He's not. Why are you 1 star? Sir, calm the fuck down, please. You're my friend. Sir, can you leave me alone? I just put down some cloudberries for you. You should eat them. Please. Eat berries, friend. Nom nom. See? You're eating berries. Nom nom. I'm gonna put my oaks down here, sir. Please. There. Be right back. Sorry about that. Okay. Get this bedroom taken care of now. I'm just gonna have to save fucking these, aren't I? It's gonna be easier to do that than anything else. To be completely honest. Food eventually too, huh? Okay, let's get reliable bedrooms set up here. What do we need? We want to make the good bed? Might as well. 40. Ugh. 47 4. 4. And cool. Get the round table 10 to 20 and other way around. There. Let's get this throne set up. That. And cool. What's next? I need a banner. 6 and 4. Maypole 4 and 4s are out here. What the hell are you guys doing? You're like gallivanting off into the frickin' thing. Look at that. Maypole, cool. Armor stand, last thing we're gonna do. The way around. What in the Tom fuckery is this guy doing? Where is he? Oh, I still haven't tamed you. Wow, sir. Can you get tamed, please? Killing bunnies for me, at least, I guess. Here, can you calm the fuck down? Okay. Let's throw it in reverse, Terry, and put on a Wisp Light, I guess. He's dead. I just heard him die. Why don't you just stay right there now? Okay? Cool. Good enough. Just peace. Peace, friend. Peace. Ugh. You're bad guys. Need a Wisp Light pronto. ASAP, sir. We're just doing a short incursion. That's all we're doing. Short, super short incursion here. Just want to see what the fuck we got going on. Yep, see? Oh. My locks died. Like it. Not yet. I don't think I can cultivate this ground. It needs to be grass. Problem. Right here. One root right here. Literally right behind the house. Cultivate that right there, which is fine. How many roots we got over here? Fucker. This is 1, 2, 7. Right? We got 3 roots for next to base, looks like. 1, 2. Regvar dude right here. Here's the coast. Lucky enough to have another one. Okay, if we go inward, no, this is the same one. It's just straight hard mists. Oh, you know, you get a little clearing here. We got another one behind it. Ow. There's this. God, it's gonna suck so hard. We're not pissed off at him, so that means... What is that friggin' idiot doing here? Okay, so we got some poofs going, got our bedroom going, we got enough room for everything else it looks like at the moment. I do need to do... I don't know how much I need, I always forget. I don't know if there's gonna be a way to get this bad boy installed here. Ugh. Yeah, we got up here. It's not gonna happen. That's fine. That going for this and for the hair stuff. Cool. Alright, so that's gonna end it for a while today. I gotta go out and do a bunch of stuff. I'm back. Yeah, this is gonna be enough room for everything else. Okay, so